Hello. 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 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello. 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 Huh? Hello. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Hello. 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 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello. వస్తుందా? ఓకే. హలో. హలో. 1, 2, 3. ఓకే.
Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Myself, Pooja Yadav, and it is an honor to be hosting this event for all of you today. I feel privileged to welcome you all for the inaugural of 5-day Gian course on multifunctional nanomaterials for lightning, photocatalysis, green energy conversion, and storage device application. Sponsored by Ministry of Education, Government of India, organized by Department of Physics, NIT Warangal, to be held between 28th April to 2nd May 2025. Now I cordially invite the international speaker of Gyan course, Professor Michael Piaski, Department of Physics, Jan Dukos University, Częstochowa, Poland, to kindly occupy the chair on the dais. May I now request Aanchal Sharma to present a fruit basket to Professor Piaski as a token of gratitude. Now I humbly invite Professor Vidyadhar Subodhi Sir, Director NIT Warangal, to occupy the chair on the dais. May I now request N. Anitha to present a fruit basket to Professor Vidyadhar Subodhi Sir. I warmly invite Professor S. Srinivas Rao, Dean, International Relation and Alumni Affair, NIT Warangal, to kindly occupy the chair on the dais. May I now request Vrinda Garg to present a fruit basket to Professor Srinivas Rao, sir. Now I invite Professor Saurav Roy, sir, Head Department of Physics, to occupy the chair on the dais. May I now request M. Rakshita to present a fruit basket to Professor Saurav Roy, sir. I also invite Professor Abdul Azim sir and Professor G. Raghavendra sir, coordinator of Gian course, to occupy the chair on the dais. Let's begin the event by singing national song Vande Matram. As a mark of respect, I request everyone to stand up for the hymn. Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujala Sukhala Malayaj Shitala Satyajamana Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhrajyotsna Pulakitayamini Pullakusumita Drumadara Shobhini Suhasini Sumadhura Bhashini Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram. Let us now proceed with the traditional lamp lighting ceremony, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and the ushering in of knowledge and wisdom. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for lighting the lamp as a mark of the inauguration of the event. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you so much, everyone. Let us move forward with the inauguration function. I welcome Professor Abdul Azim sir to give an overview of the Gian course.
Respected Director, sir, Dean and Professor Sinod Person, Head Department of Physics, chief guest of today's function, the University Poland, fellow coordinator Raghavendra, faculty members from Department of Physics and other departments, participants, research scholars, very good morning to all. On behalf of the coordinators, I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants who are attending this Friday Global Initiative Academic Network course on multifunctional nanomaterials for lighting, photocatalysis, energy conversion, and storage device applications. Which are compact in size, efficiency, and having long operating durability. The possibility of nano size circuits, ultra thin compact mobiles, quantum LEDs and TVs, giant display, high efficient solar cells, ultra compact storage devices are the few various nano-dimensional functional materials and their devices. Currently, the preparation and reproducibility of nanostructured materials, films, and devices are the most challenging research tasks. So, the five-day workshop organized by the Department of Physics in collaboration with the Center of Gas Science and Technology. We are the eminent professor from University of Charles University, Poland. He will be the keynote speaker, and the objective of this program is to discuss the fundamentals of luminescence and optical materials related to applications, to discuss the experimental techniques for synthesize and characterize the multi-junction solar cells, providing the exposure to the current optics of functional nanostructured materials, providing exposure to various experimental techniques to synthesize functional materials at bulk as well as at the nanoscale, enhance the capabilities of the participant to identify novel material for green energy transformation related applications and environmental impact. So we are having 18 lectures. More than 12 will be given by the expert from Gian University, Michael Piasky, and he will have two tutorials, and then the coordinates will give 3 lectures each and 1 tutorial each, which covers all the topics I mentioned earlier. And we have good response. We got 100 applications from different parts of the country, out of which we have selected 50 because of the limitation. So with this brief review of the workshop, I request all the participants to make the best use of this opportunity to interact with the speaker. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Now I request our director, Professor Vidyadhar Subodhi sir, to address the audience.
Chose to be a part of it. And at the outset, I also congratulate the coordinators, Mr. Rajiv and Mr. Akudendra, for choosing a relevant topic and able to connect with Professor Gian and being successful in getting the grant and organizing the same. And needless to say that today the energy is a very, very crucial area where the sustainability is linked to this much extent, where the interdisciplinary subject, but I can say the multidisciplinary. So this is quite reflective from the joint coordination. The coordinator, one is from physics, the other is from mechanical engineering. So therefore, it's a good endeavor. And I'm also glad many of the senior faculty are here. So that is a true indication that all of us, the Department of Physics, is organizing some. And just to say that any such activity will not only benefit to the institute which is organizing, but also to benefit the participants from different institutes who will be able to listen to our foreign expert as well as our own experts from NIT Warangal. And I believe this NIT Warangal has made a big, visibility in terms of this Gian program, where the opportunity to learn from the experts in the frontier areas of technology. And I also presume that some of the PhD scholars might have registered for a practical course that we introduced in our curriculum, 0.5 minutes. So CAM course inherently has a provision of awarding a grade, those of the PhD student or master student are interested to participate in the program. At the same time, also, this can be considered as a practical course, and a BTech student also can go for the same. Now, I request the coordinator and the head of department to take a call on that. And our dean is acting very proactively. Professor Srinivas Rao, the Dean Alumni and International Relations. And now, as you know, that the government of India is opening up new avenues, research international collaboration, like Gian program, Spark program, and recently there is an advertisement for Boy Hub. So where you can invite some professors from abroad to spend time in our institute. So without taking much time, I wish that the course will be very, very meaningful for each one of you participating and who are thinking to give a message on behalf of us to others to participate in the course in future. And I also believe that not only your participation in the course, the academic research fund is meaningful, but also we can find other opportunities of future collaboration in terms of joint research project, joint publication, or many other avenues what we can test with. So with this, I once again congratulate the department. Professor Saurabh, I believe will attract more audience for these kind of courses so that the department will have the future collaboration possible. So I believe that the foreign expert here can also be invited for the institute lecture where a larger audience can participate. And with this, I once again wish that the course will be very, very successful and it should make a mark in terms of propagating the new areas of these nanomaterials for the energy systems. Thank you very much for the university and taking it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We find great delight in felicitating the speaker of Gian course, and I request Professor Vidadhar Subodhi to felicitate Professor PS. Now I request Professor Saurabh Roy to present a memento as a token of respect to the Director, Professor Vidadhar Subodhi. I request all of you to join for a group photo outside the seminar hall. Here. Come forward, all of you, please.
I request all of you to join for
Let's move forward with the inauguration function. Now I request our head Department of Physics, Professor Saurabh Roy sir, to give a brief introduction about the department.
Good morning, all of you. Respected Director Sir, our esteemed guest of honor, and expert professor, Professor Michael, our Dean International Relations, Professor S. Srinivas Rao, faculty members, all organizers, and all participants. On behalf of the Department of Physics, I welcome you to this 5-day GAN program on functional nanomaterial and its applications. It is my pleasure to present the department profile briefly to you. So this department was established in 1969 along with our with our establishment of our institute, NIT Warangal, previously known as Regional Engineering College, Warangal. So the department started its course and program, which was structured by the experts from United Nations, mainly the countries like Soviet Russia and United Kingdoms. So since then, the department is running the same PG course, which is called as MSc Tech Engineering Physics, which is still a very successful job-building course in the current days. Recently, the department is also a part of 2 new programs in UG and PG, which are 5 years integrated MSc and also the BSc BA, along with the other science departments like mathematics and chemistry. The physics department also offers theory and the lab courses for the all engineering students, namely as in is having 17 faculty comes in the material science, photonics, electronics, and theoretical physics. 100 papers in reputed journals are published on average from our department by our all faculty members, and the total external research fund is around 2 crores. Ongoing projects in this time. So there are around 50 PhD students working with the department, and they are contributing in the research field and also supports the department for organizing various activities. So our departments are also having physics department student society and also the student chapters like SPI and Optica to conduct the various activities and societal programs. So with these few words, I am concluding here by congratulating our organizers, Professor B. Abdul Azim and our and Raghavendra, Professor Raghavendra, and with a request to the all participants to make to take the maximum benefits of knowledge from this GAN program. Thank you all.
Now I invite Professor S. Srinivas Rao, sir, Dean, International Relation and Alumni Affairs, to address the audience. Sir, please.
Good morning and welcome to all of you for this Friday campus. Respected Director Professor Vidyadhar Subodhi, Foreign Expert Professor Michael, PhD Department of Physics, Gian, Douglas University in Chester, Poland, and Professor Saurabh Rai, Head Department of Physics, and Course Coordinators Professor Abdul Ajim and Professor Raghavendra, the participants, faculty members of Physics Department, and all other faculty members, the institute and research scholars, all the invitees. Welcome to this 5-day exam course. Good morning to all of you once again. So my special thanks to Professor Michael for showing interest to coordinate with our faculty members for submitting the GAN course, and we thank the Government of India for approving this course. Now it was made realized that Professor came from Poland to interact with all of us and share his knowledge and experiences related to the topic. So myself, I am S. Srinivas Rao, Professor in Department of Electrical Engineering, and I was an alumni of this institute. I completed my BTech course at REC Varanga in 1988-92. Now I am also working as a Dean International Relations and Alumni Affairs from 1/7/2024. Dean Alumni Affairs and International Relations by default is the local coordinator for GAN programs as well as institute coordinator for SPARK programs. Along with this GAN course, the International Relations Office look after the Government of India sponsored programs such as SPARK Scheme for Promotion of Electronic Research and Collaboration, Q3 India, UK India Foundation and Research Initiative, Heritage, BRICS, DAD, MITAX, and many other programs sponsored by the Government of India, and also the programs initiated by the Institute. Along with many of the international activities, NIT Warangal is working sincerely for availing all possible collaborations with international universities and institutions. For research faculty, exchange programs, student exchange programs, and constant and continuous directions and encouragement from our esteemed director, Professor Vidyadhar Subodhi. So this GAN course, regarding this GAN, it was initiated by Government of India in 2015, aimed at tapping the talent pool of scientists and entrepreneurs internationally to encourage their engagement with the institutes of higher education in India, so as to augment the country's existing academic resources, accelerate the pace of quality reforms, and elevate India's scientific and technological capacity to global excellence. So it is my duty to once again remind the proposed objectives of GAN. To increase the footfalls of reputed international faculty in Indian academic institutes, provide opportunity to Indian faculty to learn and share knowledge and teaching skills in cutting-edge technologies, to provide opportunity for Indian students to seek knowledge and experience from reputed international faculty, to create avenue for possible collaborative research with international faculty, to increase the participation and presence of international students in the academic institutes, opportunity for the students from different institutes and universities to interact and learn subject in the most advanced area through collaborative learning process, provide opportunity for technical persons from Indian industry to provide and improve understandings and upgrade their knowledge in the relevant areas, motivate the best international experts in the world to work on problems related to India, develop high quality course materials in advanced areas in the form of video recording and live webcast so that it can be used by a large body of students and faculty throughout the country, to document and develop new pedagogical methods in emerging topics of national and international interest. So, from 2015, there are 4 GAN courses were initiated by Government of India, and GAN Total around 113 courses were sanctioned from 2015 and institute has successfully completed 107 courses with active participation and involvement of participants and faculty members. So this all credit goes to faculty members for taking the dynamism in applying with the proposals and getting accepted and successfully conducting programs at NIT for making the institute an internationally recognized institution. Now this Gian phase 4 is going on now. In Gian phase 1, 27 courses were approved in 2015-16 with a budget of 1.87 crores. In phase 2, 2017 to 18, around 41 courses were approved with a budget of 2.48 crores. In 2019-23, phase 3 was successfully courses were conducted at phase 3 with 21 courses with a budget of 1.41 crores. Now phase 4 is going on from 2024 to 2025. Now in this phase 4 we got 24 courses and 18 courses were successfully completed, and this was the 19th course which we are inaugurating today, and total budget sanction for all these 24 courses are around 1.75 crores. Department-wise statistics, the Electronics and Communication Department conducted approved 12 courses as a whole, and Electrical and Electronics Engineering 14 courses, Chemical Engineering 14, Materials and Metallurgical Engineering 2, Chemistry 3, Computer Science and Engineering 7, Civil Engineering 32, Mechanical Engineering 80, Mathematics 7, Physics 4, and total 113 courses were sanctioned. And out of these 117 courses approved, 113 courses approved under all these programs. Around 30 plus courses were from the European countries. So we are very much having collaboration with many of the European countries. 38 courses, 30 plus courses from the foreign experts of European countries. A special thanks to Director IIT Hyderabad as the national coordinator for this Gian scheme, and Dr. Anil Agarwal, and he is looking after all the Gian programs at IIT Hyderabad, and also the staff and faculty involved in this scheme at IIT Hyderabad for speeding up of the review process of course proposals and regularly monitoring the progress of activities related to sanctioned courses and documents to be submitted after completion of the course. So these courses are out of these 4 phases of this Gian phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 was monitored by the national coordinator at IIT Kharagpur, and this Gian phase 4 is monitored from IIT Hyderabad director and team of the national coordinating team with the national coordinator as Anil Agarwal at IIT Hyderabad. Regarding this course, this is multifunctional nanomaterials for lighting, photocatalysis, green energy conversion, storage device applications. So we all know that the materials play a major role, particularly for electrical energy generation, green energy. Now the concept is of green energy. Now throughout the world, the thermal power generation as well as hydroelectric generation, nuclear power generation having so many limitations. Therefore, as an environmental aspect as well as generating clean energy, so solar photovoltaic systems are getting very much popular by using polycrystalline materials and monocrystalline materials, and they are having an efficiency of cell level as well as the panel level. Maximum efficiency is around 22 to 23 only. It has not crossed 25. Therefore, to increase the green energy revolution and to popularize this green energy concept and storage devices, a lot of research is required in the area of materials for increasing the efficiency of solar panels and storage materials for storage also. So now whatever amount of energy generated that we are not able to store, we all know that electrical energy has to be generated and it has to be utilized. Storing is having so many restrictions. We don't have much capacity for storage. So with whatever materials nowadays, as on today, which are used, having the limitation of storing the electrical energy. Therefore, with reference to generation of electrical energy as well as the storing of electrical energy, a lot of research is has to be done, and it is very much essential for getting the advanced energy for generation as well as storing of electrical energy. So therefore, definitely this course will be helpful for all of us. This directors are already told it is not an interdisciplinary course, it is a multidisciplinary course because materials are required all the engineering fields for various applications. So, Professor will definitely deliver the lectures for your expectations. All are supposed to attend all the courses and try to understand the things thoroughly and try to interact with them and acquire more and more knowledge. And as a mandatory of the Gian phase 4, this course is getting recorded as well as live webcasted. The link was shared to the local coordinator that NIT to me as well as national coordinator also. It is a mandatory that we are supposed to publicize this webcast link to all the relevant persons throughout the country so that whoever is not able to come and physically attend this process also can watch the process through live webcast. It is essential and it is mandatory. As the objective of Government of India, we also should do at our level best to share the link to the relevant people throughout the country so that it will benefit the larger country and will fulfill the objectives of Government of India. Wish you all the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the importance of the Gian course. Now I invite Dr. G. Raghvendra sir to introduce the international speaker of Gian course, Professor Michael Piaski sir, to the audience.
Good morning, everyone. I warm welcome you all for the 5 days Gian program. It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce our speaker and program, Professor Michael Piaski, an eminent scientist in the field of theoretical and condensed matter physics. Professor born in Warsaw in 1957. Professor completed his master's from Copernicus University in 1981. He completed his PhD in the Institute of Low Temperature and Structural Research of Polish Academy of Sciences, and where his research focused on coexisting of high temperature superconductivity and magnetic order, a topic that remains center for modern physics. Today, Professor is leading the Department of Theoretical Physics at John Douglas University, Częstochowa, Poland. Throughout his distinct career, he has authored more than 250 publications in SCA journals, and he has more than 3,000 citations internationally. His scientific pursuits were study of advanced materials, particularly single crystals, composite materials, nanomaterials, optical compounds. His notable investigations including research towards the electronics and optical properties. Professor, in his career, he has a strong commitment towards the international collaborations. He has engaged in joint research projects in different universities, and he had more projects in European Union, and he participated in many international seminars and conferences. In his recognition to the outstanding scientific contributions, is declared to be the fostering of international academic partnership. He has awarded the honorary doctorate by Uzhhorod National University of Ukraine in 2021. His work has also been recognized by the multiple awards from the Polish Academy of Sciences and Ministry of Sciences and Higher Education of Poland. Professor Piaski continued to inspire the new generation of scientists through his ground-breaking research, dedication, teaching, and effective global outreach. Please join me to warmly welcome Professor Michael Piaski.
It's a great pleasure to be invited to this renowned institution, which I know for many years because of contacts from present relations with Professor Azan, with Professor Shuresh, which I meet in Poland. Also, it is maybe a little bit secret. I was a reviewer several manuscripts written by scientists from your institution to estimate journals. And I also have opportunity to evaluate some PhD cases of scholars which complete education in your estimate university. And it is a honor came to such well-known Indian institution like the National Institute of Technology, Warangal. It is a well-known world institution which present a very high level in science in different topics. It will be like upright if I fulfill your expectation regarding subject and content of my lecture, because I'm not Leonardo da Vinci. It's different topics, but I would like emphasize influence for my work of eminent scientists. Most of them is from Poland, from another countries which I collaborate. And during my lecture, I will present such person. You obtain all my presentation, and you have opportunity to, for example, I also consider that many Indian scholars, many postdocs, some professors obtain a position in European universities and institutions. And they are all high evaluated because his skills is very good. And also when I know personally, I can put or give them a recommendation which always cause it obtain a position. And in present time in my laboratory, not work any co-worker from India, but maybe somebody came here because some files is under consideration. But I recommend some people which work in Academy of Science, in both institutions in Warsaw and Wrocław, and in some my colleagues in university, when mostly are focused on experimental science. And my first contact in India was 16 years ago. I came to Andhra Pradesh, bigger Andhra Pradesh. And up to present time, I have more 40 papers with Indian scientists, and almost 50 times visited India. Yes, I visited different places in India, and it is for me a great pleasure to see how your country improving. Not only in science, but also in economy. It is amazing, like to see or maybe participate in such changes in your not only mentality open to another countries, but also in economy, because without good economy, not good science. As you will know, science needs to read more, especially for sophisticated measurements, nuclear energy, but also in material science, this is subject of your institute, and my topics also is economic research. And during my talks, I also show some opportunities how employ for international funds, how employ, for example, for opportunity to perform all experiments in big scientific facilities like synchrotron computer centers
etc., which give opportunity to improving your science. And I hope that you not be too bored in my lecture and not to talk that we know how well know, because I would like to show some ideas and topics which you should you can focus your science to achieve interesting results and obtain a good mark on thesis or have opportunity to publish excellent paper. And I will be few days after the course and will be also available for you all, and if somebody like to do some discuss with me topics or obtain advice regarding science about, for example, the collaboration or indicate institution when he or she should perform additional measurements or obtain some information for make science, I will be open. I not disturb you longer now. It's a pleasure when I can maintain the institution, and I hope we spend 1 week doing together science and profitable discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Professor Michael P. sir to present a memento as a token of respect to the Dean, International Relation and Environment. Now I request Professor Kusum Kumari ma'am to end this inaugural function with vote.
Good morning, everyone. I'm standing here to express a vote of thanks on this special occasion of inaugural function of this 5-day Gian program. First and foremost, on behalf of the Department of Physics, NIT Warangal, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Michael Piaski from Poland for joining us today. Sir, we are honored to have you as the key resource person for this Gian course, and I'm sure that your expertise and international perspective will greatly enrich the learning experience of all the participants here. So we are privileged to have you here, sir. Further, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our Honorable Director, Professor Vidyadhar Subhuti, for inaugurating this program. His leadership and constant encouragement inspire us every time to pursue excellence in all the academic endeavors. So we all thank him for this. A special thanks to Professor Srinivas Rao, who is Dean International Relations and Alumni Affairs and the local coordinator of Young programs at NIT Warangal, for his guidance and consistent support, which played a vital role in making this course a reality. We are also deeply thankful to Professor Saurabh Roy, Head of the Department of Physics, for his continuous motivation in providing all the necessary support for the successful organization of this event. Also, I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the efforts of course coordinators, Professor Abdul Aziz and Professor Raghavendra, for their tireless effort in planning, organizing, and coordinating this Gyan course. To all the faculty, staff members, research scholars, participants of this course, I would like to extend thank you for being part of this event. Your presence and enthusiastic participation will make this initiative meaningful and highly impactful. Finally, I thank everyone involved, directly or indirectly, in making this inaugural function a success. So let us look forward for 5 days of intellectually stimulating learning and collaboration in this Gian program course. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
So, the first lecture will be on materials and devices for lightning, both rare earth as well as the tangential metal ions. So, the second lecture will be scheduled to the afternoon session, followed by my lecture and then the tutorial from Professor Michael Piasky. Right. So, I invite Professor Michael Piasky to deliver a talk on materials and devices for lightning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. You hear me? Thank you, Professor Abdul Azam, for the invitation, for your hard work to maybe we stop. At, at first, I would like show a place when I live and which came because we are now here, but I came from Europe. It is Poland country. When I was in age of students, we have only 3 neighbors: Germany, Czechoslovak, and Soviet Union. Now we have a huge number of neighbors, and Częstochowa is a town. Just a moment. Oh, where is back? Częstochowa is a town which located 200 kilometers from Warsaw and 100 kilometers from previous capital of Poland is Krakow. It is not so big country. Longest distance is 600 kilometers, but it is in compared to another countries which population is bigger Indian village, like Estonia, like Lithuania, like Latvia, when population is between 1 million and 2 million citizens. We with 38 million citizens seems a big country. It is not a joke because it is like Kolkata maybe. Poland was a country which was very strange history and was many times divided by neighbors because we live between a big Russia and big Germany. And in south we have a so-called Austro-Hungary, country which now is divided in a few different countries, and influence of culture is easy to see in each place. But what is interesting, it is my building when he's a president of town. Previously, it is in Russian style. It is looking like here, but in 18th and 19th century was Częstochowa was a place when industry started grow. Here is interesting equipment because it is a matching machine equipment which preparing matches from wood and sulfur, utilizing only mechanical solution without electronic. And it is interesting that it's still working. And Częstochowa, sometimes people told that it is a spiritual capital of Poland because we have a special monastery. It is a so-called Black Madonna Monastery, which people came by foot pilgrim in 16th of August by foot to Częstochowa from different place. 500 trip, it is no problem for some people. They walking 1 month. And our climate is quite different in compared to Andhra Pradesh, especially in Tamil Nadu, but looking like in Himalaya. It is a picture maybe 15 years ago make when I traveling and have some problem with snow. Here is a typical picture from my window. And I'm working on John Długosz University, which was established in 1971. And it is one of biggest university in such part of Poland. We have some strong universities in south and in north. And it is town Łódź. It is a ship, but it is in the water name, because sometimes when you translated a name directly, some joke maybe. And we have some faculties. I working in Faculty of Science and Technology, but it is a Faculty of Health Science. Now it is we teach medical doctor, and Faculty of Law and Economics recently was established. But in my opinion, it is very good because science, our department also collaborate with Faculty of Health Science, give a joint project, and it is very interesting for university. We have a very good team in Department of International Collaboration. It is a young team open for world, and invited some PhD and master students. We have several programs. It is also programs Erasmus Plus, and I hope I try to establish a collaboration in the frame of such program between NIT Warangal and my university, which give opportunity for, I'm joking, not without expenses exchange program, because European community pay for such, and it is very good for start collaboration, because a teacher obtain money for 1 week stay, but for students and PhD students maybe up to 1 year of 1 semester, and also it's possible, for example, 1 month stay for perform a specific calculation. Such presentation was prepared with collaboration with my colleague, Professor Brick. He is a member also my team, but he working like quantum particle. He's diffuse in different places, but he is a worldwide expert on luminescence. When somebody of you try to publish article in optical materials, probably his manuscript or her manuscript pass on his hands. And I'm endeared him to help in preparing such presentation. And we start from explain why, in which way we can use a phosphor for solid state lighting. And next, I recall information about possible ways of getting white light. I told next why red phosphor is important element of white LEDs, and it is maybe a little bit the difficult part about some spectroscopic properties of a special kind manganium 4+, because manganium is very useful element for lighting, and it will be appear in many my talks during such stay, because in nowadays is very important for spectroscopic interest. And I told how we use such 4+ ions for applied as active element in phosphor, and a little bit focus on emission spectra, depending of matrix which is amendment, and at the end will be concluding remarks. And phosphor for lighting. As we remember, during centuries, people like to elongate a day. And it was a many solution, but such solution and new source of light were connected with discoveries in physics. Physics is a mother of lighting, because for example, when we recall typical electrical lamps, when we use a Wolfram, efficiency is 4%. 4% of energy is exchanged on light, but 96 for heating. It is not good. And next was discovered fluorescent lamp. You remember some experiment in end of 19th century and start of 19th century, when people have interest regarding conducting current across ionizing gases. And 30 years ago was discovered lead, but such lead are still improved to obtain end of our investigation on lead, when we obtain a light is the identical like sunlight, because you see that it is not not looking the same like sun. It is a better irradiation here. And it is a photo from satellite when is combined, yes, in not make in the same time, but it show how much energy we use for lighting. And for example, when efficiency of diodes, for example, will be not 5% like traditional bubble, and for example 24, it is a 6 times energy less, and it is a huge energy which for many years was used for lighting. And what is important parameters of light? It is a color correlated temperature. When there is the temperature of ideal black body radiator, and it is most important, one of important parameters which describe quality of light and visibility of utilizing such light. And next parameter is a color rendering index. It is a show how our device is similar to white to sunlight, because we don't know if sunlight is ideal, but during evolution we think we not know better. And ideal is color rendering index 100. It is the best light which is the same like light of sun. How we make white light? It is possible like in painting or television, for example, first color television. We should mix 3 colors, red, green, blue. And as results, we obtain white. But what we can do, for example, is several ways to utilizing luminescence for generating white light. It is many so-called elements which may be working as a luminescence center. For many years was only some lanthanides. Yes, okay, it is such elements which generating different in different spectral range. And also it was dependent of matrix. And here we have some information regarding emission spectra, different kind of lantanados. And here is a short description in which spectral range each of elements may be emitting radiation. And also interesting that some transition metal ions also be a source of light when particular ion will be embedded in matrix. Because when we talking about materials, emitters, we should take account two or compare two elements. One is a so-called active element source of luminescence, and second, also important, is a matrix, because without matrix is lighting is difficult. And also is many elements able to emit radiation. But we focus generally on few elements, manganium, chromium, which emitting in red spectral range. It is up to almost end of range when we able to see such a color, yes, because human eyes able to absorb radiation between 400 and 700 circa nanometers. Yes, and it is information which may be very easy. How to design luminescence or lasing materials. For first, necessary determining a spectral range when we are interested. If we need, for example, for agricultural improving, we need a special kind of red. When we need for indicator green, we need different materials, blue also. And at first we should choose a luminescence center. It is maybe lanthanides or transition metal. A second, proper matrix. Matrix is also important for lighting, because when luminescence center is embedded into matrix, they interact and transport energy between absorbing light and or another kind of energy, and next emit. It was not so easy, because when we combine two elements, matrix and luminescence center, we should take account many so-called technical reasons. It is doping ion radius, because you know that you're able to synthesize some kind of materials, not all combination exist. And also may be interesting when we pump it, it is necessary to have a very convenient source of pumping light. Yes, also resistance for influenza environment. And for example, when we have materials, typical is Halida materials, it is not water resistant and some environment resistance, and even air may be destroying such kind of materials. But we have many good matrix from theoretical point of view, but is not useful from application for point of view. And another topics which we should take account. Why people looking for another elements like lanthanides? You know that most countries, even like India and USA and European countries, not have a source of such elements. It is mostly, it is now when somebody have information from people which working in business, they know, and I have only one source. It is dangerous because he told stop, and I have a great problem. Now it's also similar situation with a battery. When supplies of lithium think we not sold you lithium. We grow a joint factory, you give money, you give technology, I give materials, and we will be divide profits. But it is a dangerous situation. Not only elements, and obtain as results a white light. This many example when people do it. It is one way of obtain a source of light. Especially, I am invited in by department when in name is glass. Yes, and you know that most of glasses is very sensitive for embedding some elements and give more opportunities to mixing as such are easy in production, but also is very stable. And for example, when we put such pieces of phosphorus materials in water and in high temperature and sometimes in acid, it is not destroying them, because a glass have a very strong structure, except halogenide glasses, for example, glasses with contain another elements. And such materials are very very interesting. Is idea, it is one topic when people working for special application, such materials are interested. But we can also take or go another way. It was discovered 30 years ago, effect of electrically stimulated radiation. Yes, it is a diode, so-called luminescence diode. It is very easy to understand phenomenon, but for many years was difficult from application point of view. When I was in your age, it was a joke that most discoveries in science is in USA, but most application as such discoveries in Japan. And USA government buy money for science. You know how much money recently was lost from government by Harvard, one university. It is a huge money, but profits have a science engineer from Japan. And next was Korea, and it is from east to west very slowly going. And now is India also. It is from such point of view very interesting because now in science we have some problems with, for example, patenting results. It is especially when you are a student of Institute of Technology. You should remember that sometimes discovery is connected with a possible future profit. For example, you remember a man which named Konrad Röntgen from X-ray. He asked government to give him additional money to buy a new equipment because all Nobel Prize money he put in to improving his equipment. And he did as a very pure person, but when he patented it, he will be maybe like Gates now or another people. Yes, it is a problem, and it is also important from so-called moral point of view what we do with science. But now also in USA they are focused and many discoveries is not broadcasted before obtain a patent. And here we have three ways how do it white light. It is a first, most easy. We have three diodes which broadcasting different color. And second, we have UV LED and phosphorus, which was activating by such LED. And we have a blue color from such UV chip and have additional RGB phosphor, which give us white light. What is the problem in such? You remember that some years ago we see that such diodes give a more blue light, but it was maybe not comforting, but it was also dangerous because except blue was UV, part of UV, which destroying skin, which destroying eyes. But it is very dangerous. I have such similar experience, because when I was a student, we make some experiments in the laboratory, but some scientists preparing UV lamps for experiment. It was necessary that they should working a few hours to stabilize level of radiation. And what's happened? We not feel, but after 3 hours in laboratory, we looking like get out from slag. Yes, was a barnet and ice problem. It is dangerous because we obtain one European projects, my group, to eliminate such radiation from spectrum of white light. It is also important to, when, for example, you choose as such. Why was the reason? Because people like to obtain strong light, yes? Strong light is very good, but when strong light should be very good, it was necessary put here a strong UV radiation to strongly interact with phosphor. Now it is some new methods is applied, new technology. It is blue light with yellow or red phosphor. And when we have a strong emission of red or orange phosphor, we not need a strong power of UV chip, and light is more close sunlight and is more safety for humans. Yes, here is some advantages and disadvantages of such method, which I told. It is no the best solution. We can choose only the very good solution which give the best light. It is more close to sunlight without dangerous UV radiation. Here is idea of preparation light when we use UV chip and some phosphor which is activated transition metal ions. And here is the most important and well-known phosphorus materials. It is activated by cerium 3+. It is not difficult to find or buy element in opposite to rare earths, but give good results. Yes, and to improve a quality of such light, it will be necessary to add some red or red-orange phosphor to improve a quality of such light. And many years ago, I also put some small input to solve such problem, and we use samarium ions and very complicated matrix to generate orange color for application in white LEDs. And here is our achievements, which is published at spectrum emission in visible spectral range. And also in CA graph, we show that we obtain a quite good quality of light. And it is very important topic to obtain excellent source of light, white diode, because you know it is connected with grid money. We use a huge number of source of light, and who obtain a cheap and very good product, he earn money. Yes, it is, because unfortunately you should remember that money and profits is unfortunately one of most important results of human activity. And here you see how much papers was published when people focused on discovery or improve high quality red phosphor. And it was very fastly increasing, and it is connected with money, because it is money or huge money for science is from industry, not only from governments for university. Yes, it is some project. Among them, a most important element is manganum. Manganum 2 and manganum 4. It is a most important element. Is also huge number of papers which published in last few years. And manganum is 4 is metallic, and he is we should understand some electronic structure to well understand why such materials is interesting for such application. Here we have some information regarding electronic configuration, because in such material, I'm sorry, such materials we have split in electric with electric field from crystal environment. We can split particular levels, and depend of matrix we can obtain interesting as radiation, and with high intensity. And here is some information regarding electronic structure and some energy levels. You obtain such presentation, and you can read it detailedly. And such energy levels useful for red radiation. It is so-called lower energy levels, and such levels may be described by so-called RASA parameters, but for our application it is not most important. But most important is information that depending of environment, depending of matrix, we have opportunity to change value of splitting particular levels. You know that in electrical field, particular layers may be splitting, and depending of depending of intensity of or value crystal field, we can managing value of splitting and influence on radiation, because we can managing a level of exciting state or level of ground state. It is important, and here we have some energy levels splitting depend of environmental matrix. Yes, it is important, and here we see that when we have optimal crystal field, we can obtain a desired radiation. And what is important for such ions when we find a good or proper matrix? It is that such ions have efficient absorption, because it's important when we put radiation on phosphor, he broadcasts red radiation. We should have a typical source of excitation. And when we should also adopt, when you remember, when we have a blue chip and put on top a phosphor, and it is necessary to fully use energy of chip to transform during phosphor into a red line. Second is a possibility do a different matrix managing emission between, it is from experiment, from 670 up to 720 nanometers. We have managing emission. It is a color of emission utilizing different matrix. It is my topic and my problem to solve. How choose a proper matrix? Because as you see, it is such spectral range about I talk. It is from 612 up to 700. We not able to see as such because it is infrared. And it is also interesting that we can managing a position of red peak to adjusting them to obtain a good correlation with a light of sun, because we can managing in two things. One is a position of peak, but the second is intensity. It is important to mixing such a color to obtain a good light. And for example, when we have a very efficient red phosphor, we not need too much blue energy, and we have a more white light, yes, not blue. Yes, and examples of phosphor. I told you about a phosphor which we use rare elements, but also is some discovered phosphor during last few years, which focused on utilizing manganium-4. And such materials possess very complicated structure, but finally emitting a good red line and in white spectrum, because you see that such red line, right emission from such phosphor cover all spectrum above 600 nanometers, and is more than previously people expect. And here is some example of manganium in such strontium aluminide oxide phosphor for white plate manufacturing, because we can predict some details, but when we predict when it is such matrix is good, it is necessary to know what is optimal concentration, but how much such phosphor should be mixed with such chip. But during several experiments and managing composition, it is only manganium concentration, but also volume of phosphor in compared to green phosphor, we can obtain interesting as light. And here is information regarding behavior of manganium-4 ions in various host matrix. And here also you can find what is behavior of manganium in oxide and fluoride matrix, because fluoride matrix is maybe sometimes more efficient, but maybe not stable in environment and high temperature. And for experimental, for people which working in experiment, sometimes information regarding behavior of systematic work regarding behavior of ion in different matrix may give opportunity to use artificial intelligence, machine learning, to found a new or most convenient phosphor and combination, because such equipment only working on basis. Looking, such parameters should be very interesting, and for example, we should choose several parameters which describe a good phosphorus, and we should looking for 100, 200 different compounds when in literature is detailed investigate, to choose optimal, because such investigation utilizing artificial intelligence and machine learning give us opportunity. And my colleague, which I told about, is a hardworking person and make some review articles when he collect data of such yarn. It is and each article is maybe 100, 200 phosphor investigate for find a direction for next improving of materials. And also we perform some results of such investigation for materials for red lighting, and during our years some groups investigate some looking for more efficient materials. You see some information regarding some properties. It is a few page in manuscript when such data collect. And now we have a project in which we collect such data in special kind of databases to help not our mind but electronic processors to choose or show the best solution. And here is some also prediction of best phosphor utilizing quantum chemistry calculation. We for many years also investigate such materials in our group utilizing ab initio calculation, because it is sometimes very complicated. We use many sophisticated methods. When somebody like to interest such topics, we from time to time broadcasting information that we looking for a PhD student or postdoc to help with such investigation. And here is also based on our quantum chemistry calculation information regarding expectation of optimal crystal field. It is not only strength but also configuration to obtain efficient radiation. And here is some theoretical yields which resulting find a direction how improving phosphor properties to obtain ideal phosphor materials for red lighting. And as we told, we summary for my talk and such place, and we can tune proper red emission by utilizing proper composition of matrix. It is not only chemical composition but also structure. It is also important information when we make chemical compounds. Manganium may be occupied a different crystallographic position, and each position have a different oxidation level and different crystallographic environment. And except such information which we able to convey to people from experiment, they also should take account such disadvantages of chemistry when they grow materials. And we also told about it, about local symmetry, which symmetry will be most convenient for lighting, and here is some information regarding deformation, because we, during a process of preparation, sometimes we can intentionally introduce some defects in structure which yielding deformations structure and finally give a better emitting properties. Also, it will be in next talk, but it is a pressure effect, because it will be in next my talk. When we compress materials, we change a distance between elements. But with change distance, we also strongly influence on crystal field. Sometimes we able to change environmental, crystal environmental of materials, but also maybe in tutorial I told how you can conserve or stabilize pressure effect using so-called chemical pressure. And here is some example of different kind of material and explanation why as the same ion in different or but similar matrix have a bad or good radiation. Yes, and here is also detailed explanation why in such similar structure possess different emission properties. And we calculate also and able to predict new materials for desired application, for particular phosphor. And here is some conclusion of my talk. When why we can choose and why is a reason to choose manganum 4 as active element for red phosphor. I told why red phosphor is important for lifting, and also we able to predict properties up to present non-synthesized materials to earn money and time of experimentators which not should synthesis unperspective materials. And I also could recommend a book of Professor Brick. He collected his knowledge regarding phosphors, and it is easy to obtain as a book and probably in library maybe, but I think that from time to time is easy to pick up from web. But I hope that such my first lecture give you knowledge how science working. But science is not only science, but also is connected with environment, especially when our activity uh, uh, should be applied for improving comfort of life. It is not a joke, because when I obtain money from our government from scientific project, I must for one page justify why my science not be never employed or applied, because project is a fundamental science. It is crazy because, for example, in USA, you must start what for you, what is idea and will be applied, except maybe some relativistic physics or fundamental science, but it's mostly is not so good. Yes, and thank you for your participating here, and I hope that next lecture will be not so heavy like it. Thank you.
Questions from the participants.
Maybe next time.
Thank you, Professor Asim sir, for organizing. And thanks for the wonderful lecture, Professor Michael. And can you please tell, when we compare with the commercially available semiconductor materials that are required for exciting these phosphor materials, what is the hindrance we have? Because you are an expert in this area. Not all the, nowadays we are replacing towards LEDs, and we are also studying about phosphor in glasses. Sir is expert in glass, and we are phosphors embedded in glasses are also coming into picture now to improve the device performance. So can you please tell what will be the next, how to go for energy efficient materials? The thermal instabilities are happening due to the long time exposure. The blackening effect around the devices are coming. So can you please share your views on that? Thank you.
Yes, it is two problems. One is durability of term of using a particular phosphor. Yes, it is a problem because some most efficient phosphors decreasing properties for short time. Yes, and some exist in for example, as fluorides. They exist only in a laboratory because I not expect that any company utilizing such phosphor, and after a few days, several days, and from beautiful light we obtain dark or blue light. It is a great problem. Second problem is connected with expenses, with price for final product. It is also a great problem because we know solution and it is well known. For example, my colleague Professor Brick collaborate with Samsung. That is a big company, and also with LG. And they not applied many solutions because they thought that very, very good product, but maybe or expensive or application synthesis technology in macro scale in production is difficult or give not repeat quality when you have. It is some advantages of science, I think, when we find such materials, but it is also difficult like in life, when you should be young, rich, and in good health. It is very difficult, especially people are rich when is old and not beauty. That's fun, unfortunately. And here is also the same situation, that science and scientific achievements, it is one topic. But a second is market and industry. It is should collaborate, but sometimes engineers or managers should take a decision which is optimal for a company, not optimal, for example, taking account only quality of products. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My question was only that what did you mean by matrices when you very firstly mentioned designing luminescence or lasing materials? We first started with determining the spectral range, and then we got down to two outputs, which was luminescence, and the next was a proper matrix. So what is the proper matrix in that?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I told that because this matrix is one of most important parameters. Second parameters is optimal doping, because it is connected. I show in next lecture how is influence both, because for example, sometimes when you predict excellent matrix, and when you try to synthesize materials, sometimes it is impossible from, for example, chemical point of view. It is atomic radius not give a substitution, or it is not equivalent position in atomic, which is occupied by the ion. And for example, in one place is one ion is 4 plus, in second maybe 3 plus or 2 plus, or maybe the same ion but in different crystal environment symmetry. And it is also but influence on materials. Second problem is window of transparency. When we put, for example, a strong irradiation, some radiation, you know that some radiation is absorbed by materials. What does it mean is absorbed? And when it is maybe connected with enhancing temperature. When we enhancing temperature, we decreasing luminescence intensity. It's many problems to solve. But I told in my picture that it is we should choose proper elements, activate element, it is luminescence center, and matrix, but it is only start. And like we told, in details is a great problem, especially instability, when you know such LED, it is sometimes working in high temperature. It is one is electrical resistivity, because we exchange current into light, but second is radiation processes, because such UV chip also produce a huge energy, and such energy is partially converted into light, but mostly in heat. And it is also a problem how materials, what is the materials behavior in high temperature. It is a topic when we discuss 2 weeks and we not a good solution. But I thought recently we obtained a very good tool as machine learning, because it is what is it? It is not thinking, but a system working like we ask them, and he choose parameters. Sometimes we obtain a solution which not exist, like you solve equation. Yes, sometimes it is irrational results. Yes, for example, mass less than 0. Yes, and it is a good solution because math of that. But here is also the same situation, that artificial intelligence give us results, but we should looking it is real to make. For example, because they looking in such materials was, for example, heat transfer rate is very good, but here band gap is here, and he mixed such results and show that such materials should be the best, taking account bias. We add some new information from new papers, it may be changing, but it is some advice, not result. Without human mind, we not solve such problem. But people still working. Is difficult to tell in science never or is impossible. Maybe in when I told about superconductivity, I told or recall to you my story that my director of institute told it, no, the subject is impossible. When superconductivity will be in above 30 centigrade, I have a cactus on hand. And when we'll be in non-metal, I will be working on the opposite. And after 3 months, it was a discovery of high temperature superconductivity. And it is a many situation like here, and people working on improving bubble lighting, yes, and wolfram we exchange on maybe another materials, and they in laboratory obtain efficiency 5%. Maybe it is above 25% better when ordinary, but in compared to that, it is maybe for a particular application it will be useful, but mostly no. And is future in your hands, not in mine. You should base it on our knowledge, introduce a new idea, and don't worry when 5 times will be not good results. At 6 maybe better. Okay, it is for lunchtime, yes, okay? Yeah.
Any other question from the audience? Okay, no more questions. Then I'll conclude this session. Thank you, sir. Thank you for a very nice and interesting lecture. So I request all the participants, right, be active, and then you should participate in all the lectures, right? It is more interesting. So don't miss the, lecture schedule, right? Whatever you have given to you. Attendance is also very, very important. So if you require certificates, you must attend all the lectures here, right? So the post-lunch session will start exactly by 2 o'clock here. So 1 to 2 is the lunch. So lunch will be arranged in IFCD. I think most of you, you went last night and today morning also, the same place, same venue. You will be served lunch, right? So there is a vehicle, electrical vehicle, in the ground floor in front of the seminal complex. You can make use of the facility and rightly go to the mess, finish your lunch, be here sharp by 2 o'clock. The session will try to start. Already you are late by 1 hour. Okay, thank you. There was a delay in the morning schedule, so the first session lecture is postponed today to this right afternoon. So Professor Piaski will going to deliver a lecture on luminescence, thermometry and mammometry, classification, development status and challenges. So over to Piaski, Professor Piaski.
Thank you, Professor. I hope you little rest after lunch and first lecture and long invitation session. Yes. Maybe like in one. It's a picture from a journal Nature from maybe 20 years last century. Was an article focused on explain idea of luminescence. It was made by Professor Jabłoński, Appleman, when we translate the directly name, Professor Jabłoński, which was a director institute which I complete in Toruń. It is a town Toruń, is connected with Nicolaus Copernicus, you probably know such person. And he published an article, it is well known as a diagram, Jabłoński diagram. People which working in luminescence, they well know it because it is informing about excitation, direct radiation, and also non-radiation decreasing of energy and next radiation. It is very short and one picture in article, but now you know that Nature is a most prestigious journal. But you know what is it impact factor in journal? You know such information? It is information about quality of journal, and people, all scientists want to publish in Nature because it is, in their opinion, in the best journal. But yesterday, when I preparing a next, finalizing next presentation, I recognized that a journal regarding cancer possesses bigger impact factor. Nature has 30, such journal 500. It is, and for example, popular journal have between 2 and 5. And it is important element of influence article on the scientific community. Lecture outlook is not complicated. Since I use for preparing such lecture to review articles, they open access, and I convey to conference organizer, and you have opportunity to obtain a full version, because it is little problem when is no open access. Is formally I maybe convey you, but not put on web page, etc. But such article were published by very good expert and his team, and I preparing such presentation. It is I, 16 years ago, in Kolkata. Yes, in such conference, I was invited by Indian scientists and to meet many people not from India, but also many my collaboration is in India because I meet people from different countries at worldwide conference in India. And as a result, after some time ago, we published joint paper with Professor Doris Ert. Professor Doris Ert told me, you are a very young scientist. He is maybe 20 years older than I, but still working. It is very good. And we investigate some single crystal. You know what is a single crystal? It is looking like glass mostly. When it's transparent in visible spectral range, is looking like glass. It is have a perfect crystallographic structure on long distance. Sometimes is in centimeters, and we investigate firstly absorption, because it was very interesting check how absorption depend on concentration of doping. It was doping. Ytterbium was substitute neodymium. It is both luminescence ion, and we check how absorption depend of such. And we preparing paper and send to journal. And in journal told boys, it is not sufficient for good journal. You should add some additional measurements. And we decide test a new apparatus at our university and perform luminescence measurements in a wide temperature range. And it was a surprise because we sometimes thinking that you can see such picture, for example. It was materials with rubidium, and when we put more, not 5 but 10% of doping, ytterbium, intensity of absorption changing. But for example, for potassium-based single crystal, it was not influence. 1 is 6% looking the same. But interesting was analyzing luminescence. And as you see, it is a strong depends. You show that we perform measurements from liquid nitrogen. It was a high to, what is it? I check the same. To 350, and difference is huge. Different spectra. And for example, when we make a figure of merit that a such peak is connected with a temperature, we can make a thermometer. I not jump to train connected with science, thermometry science, but from time to time I published a paper regarding investigating luminous properties of materials under in different temperature range. And here, what is it? Because we perform and in such we can do optical sensor. Here is more complicated example. And obtain such relation. But it was not so easy. Here we must do more work. Yes, because we must take area under one curve, after second, divide, make logarithms, and results also is promising. And what is interesting? It will be interesting to find materials which small increasing or decreasing temperature caused big change of indicator. It is a sensitivity. It is one topic. A second topic to temperature. For example, 140 and 141, and we able to see a difference. It is also resolution, but as such work I do so-called by a way. It was not my topic. I forget that. When I focused about such materials, maybe I have a better coefficient in my biographic list. Okay, here you can find two. And as we show in previous lecture, thermometry they became very expensive. And from rare earths, yes, here is some but they change. Yes. Different thermometers. Popular attempt. Right now, optical thermometry is a serious science. And when we serious science, all should be in proper order. And here, you can see what parameters of luminescence may be changed. May be changed intensity. Intensity is a high. Maybe change Arab. Maybe change color of radiation. It's a shift, spectral shift. Maybe change bandwidth. It's a connected when, for example, maybe changing height, but also width is higher. As such, maybe good indicator. Polarization. It is also, this may be change polarization. We can use for exciting different polarization light, or it may be perform measurements, especially the polarity of light. Reactometry, which is a second example which I saw. We have area under one term, area under the second term, and we divide. Or we divide the height of X, type of X formula. And now is very interesting. It is luminescence kinetics class. What is it? When we put quantum of excitation radiation, luminescence vanish. And we can perform measurement of time of the sun. And it is also interesting. But also we can use a sort of skill bar recommend, so we also have an opportunity to managing the shape of luminescence for as such performance. It is many possible phenomena connected with luminescence, which we can use for luminescence measurement. Here is information on some comparison results of different indicators for different photons and different activators. And here you see some important information. Here is temperature range, because some kind of materials are very sensitive of temperature in some range of temperature. It is another well wanted in low temperature, in medium temperature, and low temperature. And next, information which radiation was filtered for excitation. Because it is also important. Because when we like, for example, use for medicine, it's necessary to use radiation for which human body is transferred. It is not big distance. It is usually between 1 to 3-4 centimeters, but it gives opportunity to perform some investigation of illness, investigation of what happened inside the human body. And also, it's important efficiency is high efficient is performing a therapy. Here, for example, it is for titanium 4, is 3.39 yes, for also for calcium stanate. Also is very high coefficient. It is very sensitive thermometer. But what kind of materials is not going to come? The mount is in periscope structure. Perovskite is recently, many years ago, interesting materials. And especially strontium. Very, very interesting material in different topics. Next, also I show you for titanium Here is a thermometer that's on triangulation metal as a luminescent cell. It's also interesting when we show such, because Podoba by titanium and Europium, yes? Titanium Europium, because efficiency very high, and he has, with two vanadium ions. Because two vanadium ions is very interesting because we have the same element in different crystallographic positions, and mutual behavior is different. And, it is also interesting idea to use a matrix when we have impurity, the same atom that assume in different level of oxidation. Here, as you see, it is manganese. Manganese may be used in position in oxidation level 2, 3, 4, and 5. I will not put many next tables from article. You obtain some information. It is very important because, for example, and some our needs, for example, temperature range. For example, we need what else? Temperature else, oxidation, because some materials is transparent or not transparent for a particular wavelength, and also what we need precision for measurements. We can choose proper material for us. And by or synthesis or laboratory to application temperature sensing. This I not of papers which are published every day, but it is a huge number. It is one of hot topics, but what is interesting? Very sophisticated acts, because it is necessary to find very good materials which we interest. And for example, when we performing a temperature in chamber, because it is a mechanical system, when we use lead or we use another hazardous materials, it's not important. But when I will be asked if I like when we put aside model tracer with, for example, titanium, I told probably not. Yes, it is some interesting results of work of Professor Gian, which focused on application of nano materials in optical thermometry. And he showed how which kind of materials, especially quantum dots, are responsible or very useful for optical thermometry, utilizing extremely small elements like quantum dots. And here is also interesting because it's a show possible application of such patterns. Here, such and such probably for temperature measurement in human body is not good, yes? Because das jest so it's important the next element. And you mostly working in biomaterials, I think. That is kind of specialty of NIT is biomaterials. And you know when we put some elements, components to human body, it is like a catalyst environment. It is a special materials, hydrogenide hydrogens are not stable in such environment. You many times perform some experiment and put, for example, biogases into so-called body stimulated fluid and investigate what's happening. Here, also, and for example, when sulfates of particles solve in body liquids, such as those elements stay inside. And, it is some additional problem with application because it's not easy to find excellent material, but it's necessary take account information position environment as such a thermometer will be working. Connected with optical manometers. Optical manometers next story. But you know, you agree with such sentence which I write here, yes? Because stress, but not a stress when we write something, but a stress like mechanical behavior, stress or strain, influence on structural, optical, magnetic, or superconductive properties of solid caused by external pressure or temperature change. It is true. Such, when somebody will be participate in tutorial, second sentence will be explained because it is a very interesting and nice story. Also, for story to write a popular book. But what is it interesting? here is a sum microscopic of view. When we change also crystal intensity, when we change crystal intensity, we change electronic structure, and this supposes that luminescence are such a change. What is a typical experiment? It's a typical experiment with unreal cells. It is a Shakir or diamond cell and CO casted, and where we press on such casted. Inside this sample in liquid. Yes, and we press and we take or make a strong fragment inside. And here, such composition of measurement system gives us opportunity to radiation and analyzing also not only to use optical measurement, but also such a system is used for measurement of structure, because strong pressure may be change the structure of materials. For example, when we have carbon powder, the magnets we have down. It's very good because the carbon powder is cheap. It's very good. But here is also important that we do process of pressure, we can induce pressure-induced phase transition. And it's actually observed a jump of luminescence or jump of absorption another problem. But idea of performing the measurements is very simple. We put our material inside, perform and what I perform measurements. Here we have some advices how to do it. Accuracy and precision. And also, like shape, displacements, or vanish luminescence will be caused on which indicator we apply for measurement of pressure. And it is reversibility and because when we take some materials and which sometimes it appear to previous shape, but after 2-3 times it is maybe hysteresis, because for example young coefficient and another may change because it is some plastic, not plastic changes may be. It's also important. Signal intensity. It's the same like in optical technology. We should find parameter, optical parameter, with which fast vanish of energy when we have a little change of a small change of temperature. Yes, small change pressure, strong change of indicator, and we substitute. At the end of my talk, I show you some test materials which was done by my student. Next, also like in thermometer. Here, this is important to find operating pressure range. It is also important because some materials is very sensitive in, for example, from 0 to 20 gigapascal. Some is interested in higher pressure range. Yes, sensor form and size. This also important because sensor should be small. Sensor should be stable. Should be not react. Not chemical reaction with liquid. Yes, liquid with transform pressure. What is it? For example, we like to investigate luminescence properties of sun. And we have optical indicator. For example, sometimes maybe situation like output, optical output of indicator and for sample is the same spectral range over it. We don't know whether change is a change of sample of indicator. Because in such measurement chamber is a small amount is detector, optical detector of temperature, and sound. But what is it interesting? This will be last. But we, for such measurements, we don't need a big sample, because the sample is sometimes micrometric. And you can see it is necessary, for example, to draw very small single crystal. It's very small, less than millimeter. It's for practical application, for example, when optics, people know it's not for application, yes? But here is enough. It gives us opportunity to perform measurements utilizing very small amount of materials which will be tested. And here you have some the right is a picture of this here is medium in sample, in liquid. We put radiation. We have indicator pressure measurement. So it is also sample which have calibrate. So we know that the changes of pressure is a cause of the changes of indicator. And we can perform some measurement. And here, it's very similar situation like in the optical thermometer. What may be element of us indicator? It is also under pressure, intensity range. Spectral sheet also may be changed. Luminescence kinetics may be changed. Let's we put quantum of laser and see it like decreasing intensity luminescence, calculate decreasing or actually obtain all what we radiometric. It's very similar changes like in optical thermometer. And here also is changing of position of luminescence speed. Recently, we have idea to put application for our government project. The title was Sea Pressure, because we would like utilizing as indicator material which changing temperature, luminescence signal in visible spectral range. For example, when in ambient pressure is, for example, blue, when we go to higher pressure, it is maybe color changing up to red. It is very very interesting idea, but our project was rejected. because in Poland we can only conduct in the same time two projects. Here, but it was only one day all of them. Our mistake to the field. But it is interesting, and also I show you some additional pressure levels. Here, it's a show like the sign of the luminescence changing in the pressure. And we calculate and here we have information how changing the side type with the pressure. Here it's sensitivity in which spectral range is most efficient pressure sense. Here is another last slide on structural topics. It's a comparison efficiency of different kind materials and different kind of methods. Here is a spectral shift when under pressure changing heat of luminescence, and second, how changing the sign time after second. So here is information how it's working and which kind of optical manometers is efficient for a particular application, and also it's not indicated, not included because it's difficult to do. What is pressure range for such application of particular manometers? So it is, yes, it is that's one. Wait a minute. Here is which kind of application are more convenient method of pressure measurement. And you see that it is a lifetime seems most interesting for measurement and this also subject of our conducting the project with Professor Marcinek, which is author of such review article, and we will be using such method for preparing a new generation of pressure sensors. Okay. Here is your colleague who's working in my laboratory, obtain a material. It is a single crystal, barium fluoride, doped by eridium and ytterbium, and test such material as a possible thermometer and manometer. Because he has idea to find one material which you fulfill two parts. And he used some methods. He used, because when you have results of measurements, you can go to laboratory, to home, go to holidays, and using computer perform some calculation. Because when you utilize, I don't know, Origin, I don't know which kind of software you use for managing measurement data. Origin, yeah. And he performed 4 bit at half maximum. When it's a bit, not half of it will be performed of the peak and second is luminescence test event. And we because he has some very complicated peak when we make a conversion of separate the peak between 500 and 600 nanometers, you have a big peak. And they perform calculation area and make rank. And it was for particular wavelengths, it was a very interesting optical thermometer. And second method not working. Many times people utilizing method. They have some put data from spectrometer and they calculate all indicators. It is band shift, etc., etc. And here is some results. Such compounds with such temporary material is not stable, but also is better parameters. But as thermometer, such material may be considered as useful. But people can ask the next series of measurement. And as my PhD students from Romania.
sir. Thank you for the nice lecture.
I have a small question. Just a small question.
Yeah.
Sir, I just have a small question. The things which you told in the last, the pressure measurement sensors, they can also be used in geophysics, right? Geophysics. Can these
Yes. Also in building industry and bridge industry, because it is sometimes because we can put a pressure not only when we put material in chamber, but for example, when we have a flex material and when we move, we introduce a stress. And when we, for example, have luminescence material, if we put radiation to induce luminescence, and when changing luminescence peak, we know that pressure start or stress start. Yes, because sometimes maybe breach, for example, when we breach is maybe start broken, it is some indicators working here. It's also, for example, for wireless, for electricity. You put some such materials when elongate over sufficient safe dimension. It is maybe looking as indicate. It is a many possible application. Because in the tutorial I give answer. It will be lecture, but it is more
Tomorrow in afternoon. Tomorrow in afternoon.
Okay.
Tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon. You should wait for the final answer.
More discussion will be there for 2 hours to do. So because of time, it was postponed to tomorrow. Anything else? Okay, no more questions are there. Break for tea, right? And then 3:30, 3:27. That assembly exactly at 3:40. Next class will start at 3:40. Right? So I'll start with the fundamentals, the basics, which I usually to teach to our students. This is related to the nanostructure debate and then the technology. Right. So we are working basically on bulk material, like the amorphous material classes. We are working for the luminescence properties, what Professor Michael has discussed in the morning and then the session. So we are running basically doping radars. Like if you see the periodic table, so at the bottom of the periodic table, we try to find lanthanides, start from lanthanum to lutetium. So in that 4F block elements, right, we used to find europium, samarium, dysprosium, terbium, erbium, ytterbium. So we are going to drop those elements. Okay, right? Yeah. So we are going to drop those elements, and then our interest for lasing properties, our interest for the photoluminescence properties, and similarly what the professor discussed about the transition metal and dope material, right? So not only we doped those rare earths to the glass material, similarly we dope the transition metals like magnesium oxide, manganese oxide, then similarly different types of the 5D elements, right? So we are going to distinguish the rare and then the transmetallic material basing upon the spectra what we are going to record, right? So for the rare earths, the spectra will be very, very sharp as you are seen in the morning class and in the afternoon class also. Whereas the transmission length, it will be more broader. So what I want to say here, we used to take, as you mentioned about the matrix, right? We used to take amorphous material, glass material, as a host into which you are going to do both rare elements as well as the transmission metal ions, and then we are going to study the photoluminescence properties of the material. And similarly, you are going to do all these rare as well as the transition metal ions to the powders also. So those are the crystalline powders. So we are done with the calcium silicates, doped with the rare materials, calcium silicate, doped with transition metal ions. So one is amorphous material. You know the difference between amorphous material and the crystalline material. So crystalline material will have the periodicity. They will have some structure like the crystal systems. You have about crystal system like the simple cubic, right? Monoclinic, triclinic, orthorhombic, and then amorphous means you don't have the crystal structure, right? So both the things we are done, right? We are done for the photoluminescence studies. We are done for the biological studies also. So in today's talk, I will try to stress more on the fundamentals of the nanomaterials. So the topic is nanostructure materials, right? So suppose you take LX, LY, LZ. Among these three, any one of them, if it is less than 100 nanometers, it will be nanometer. So if it is LX and LY less than 100 nanometers, they are also nanometer. If LX, LY, LZ are less than 100 nanometers, they are also nanometer. So we have one-dimensional nanomaterial, two-dimensional nanomaterial, three-dimensional nanomaterial, right? So any one of its size is less than 100 nanometers, it is known as nanomaterial. Maybe one dimension if it is along LX less than 100 nanometers. If it is along LX, LY less than 100 nanometers, it is two-dimensional. If it is along X, Y, Z less than 100 nanometers, it is three-dimensional. So engineering nanomaterials for function. So based upon our application, right, we can able to tune the size, right, tune the shape, tune the structure, right, because we are going to observe a dramatic change, change, right, with respect to the optical properties, mechanical properties, thermal properties, right, electronic properties, so many structural properties. So when you compare bulk with nano, we are going to observe drastical change as far as the properties are concerned. If you achieve desired properties, we can able to use for our own application. So we can tune the material to our own requirements. So there are new material for factors that is also science. So if you see the structure, right? If you see the structure, right? So less than more than 1 mm is fine. So if you move from left to right, 1,000, 1 to 1,000 micrometer is microscopic, and then see the atomic dimension 0.2 to 10 nanometer, and subatomic is 0.2 less than 0.2 nanometer. So we have the bulk material, we have the nanometer. So the size can be reduced by means of adopting various synthesis techniques. So we can have the chemical routes, we can have the physical routes, we can have various type of methodology which the scientists are proposing, like the bottom up or top down approach. So these are the two methods we can able to adopt to reduce the material from bulk nano or subatomic level to nano, right? Top down approach or bottom up approach. So both these methods can able to adopt to produce the nano. So this is just for comparison. You take your hair, right? Usually for boys it will be 60 to 80 micrometer. For girls it will be maybe 100 or 120 micrometer. I'm talking about the thickness of your hair. So if you compare the human hair, so it is 100 micrometer. You try to cut into 100 slices. So each will be 1 micrometer. You cut that into 1,000 slices. It will be 1 micrometer. So is it possible to cut the hair 100 slices, 1,000 slices? It's just the comparison. So your hair will be 100 micrometers. So you cut into 100 slices, it will be 1 micrometer. You cut once again into 1,000 slices, it will be 1 micrometer. So that is, so how much it is? 1 human is about 1 lakh nanometer long. It's a comparison of nanometer. So these are the natural things, right? And these are the natural. I'm giving in terms of the scale, right? So you can see here the ant 5 millimeter, then fly ash is 10 to 20 micrometer, right? So when you find flash, what about flash? Flash. It is industry. It is which industry? Iron ore industry, right? So coal industry, iron ore industry, try to get flash and then GGBS, right? This flash is having major constants of silica. So the source of silica you can get it from flash. Source of silica as well as calcium oxide we can get it from GGBS. That is also the industrial. So then similarly have the red blood cells, right? And then ATP, right? Then DNA. And similarly on the other hand, you can see the heads of a pin, the round pin, right? It is 1 to 2 millimeter, right? Then you have the zone plate, then you have the MEMS, right? And then similarly nanotubes, then carbon nanotubes. These are man-made things, right? Which will be of the order of few nano. This is a comparison. This is a scale, right? It starts from 1 centimeter to 0.1 nanometer. So we require highly sophisticated equipment to see this, right? You cannot see with the naked eye. You cannot see with the optical microscope. If you want to see nanometer, you require highly sophisticated equipment like field emission scanning electron microscope, FESM, then transmission electron microscope, TEM. So we have the FESM facility, right? Maybe third day or the fourth day, I'm going to show you that particular instrument also, right? The field emission scanning electron microscope. So from that, we are going to see the morphology. We are going to see the elemental analysis. What are the constant elements that particular material is trying to do. Right. So as I mentioned, this is regarding the classification of nanomaterial. Right. So we just say the superficial axis, right? LX, LY, and Z. If any one of these sizes less than 100 nanometer, then it's said to be one-dimensional, two-dimensional, zero-dimensional, right? So based upon how effectively you are going to confine this size along X, along Y, along Z. Either it may be length, area, or volume, right? So it may be nano rod, nano sheet, right? Nanoparticle, or how about quantum dots?
Yes, sir.
So what is the difference between nanomaterial and quantum dot? Are all nanomaterial will become quantum dots, or are quantum dots are nanomaterial? What's the difference between nanomaterial and quantum dot? No, what is difference? Physical difference. How about exciton? It's a bond electron, right? So if the size of the particle is less than the exciton radius, then it's said to be quantum dot, right? So we are in. So two-dimensional means nanoparticles, nanoclusters. One-dimensional means you are having nanofibers, nanorods, nanotubes. Two-dimensional means nanofilaments, ultrafilament, interface, pellets, and you are having the 3D superlattice. So these nanomaterials can be amorphous, can be polycrystalline, or can be single crystal. So based upon the method what you are going to adopt, right? We can make them the polycrystalline, or we can make them the single crystal. So nanomaterials can be metallic. So we have the gold nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles. So they have a lot of biological use. We can able to use the gold nanoparticles for bioimaging to detect the cancer cells, right? People are using gold nanoparticle or silver nanoparticle, right? So nanoparticles, nanomaterial can be metallic. They can be ceramic. They can be polished. They can be amorphous or they can be crystalline. They can be single crystal, they can be polycrystalline. So there are different shapes. You can have the rod-like structure, the tube-like structure, cylindrical structure, tetrapods, right? Sheets. So many types of structure, or we can able to incorporate these nanoparticles into matrix. So we can make them the composites. That is also possible. Right. So these are some of the examples, right? Nanocrystals, right? So we can have metal, semiconductor, magnetic material, single nanotubes, nanoporous solids, zeolites and phosphates. We have 3D structures like metal, semiconductor, magnetic materials. So those are the sizes of. So you can see here metals, you can see semiconductors here, you can see oxide, you can see ceramic, you can see polymers, and you can see composites also. What is the composites? Composite will have matrix into which you are going to reinforce, right? So polymer can take as a composite, polymer composite. Polymer you can take as a matrix into which you can able to reinforce particle, the reinforced fiber, right? So it is known as polymer matrix composite. Instead of polymer, you can use glass matrix composite. Instead of glass, we can use carbon, or we can have the hybrid type of composites, right? So matrix is a major element into which you are going to reinforce the material. The material may be reinforced material may be in the form of powder, in the form of a sheet, in the form of rod. So that will have the properties of both the matrix as well as the reinforcement. It will be better than your matrix and better than the reinforcement, right? So it can be not only metal, semiconductor oxide, it can be ceramic, polymer, or even composite. I'm talking about nanomaterial. So these are some of the geometries, nanostructure geometries, right? You can see here the particle, the shell, the spheroid, the rod, tube. So these are some of the structures of engineering nanomaterial. See here, the gold particles, right? So there is a scale. Can you use this scale? 200 nanometers. The scale with a number. So that will indicate the size of your nanometer, right? So the first one is gold nanoparticles, right? Then you can see the rods, tubes, fibers, right? So the titanium oxide nanofibers you can see, zinc oxide nanotubes you can see here, other nanotubes, right? It may be 1 nano, 2 nanometers, or 5 nanometers. Talking about the diameter of the carbon nanotube. Length may be micrometers, right? Similarly, having the gold nano rods. Then you can see the sheets, right? So boron-nitride nano sheets, and then it's a composite. And here you can see silicon nano. Silicon is SiO2 particles. They are reinforced into PMMA, means polymethyl methacrylate. It's a composite. They are reinforced into that particular composite. So it's embedded in the polymer polymethyl methacrylate. So these are some of the engineering material. So not only that, we can find these are silver nano tubes. These are in terms of tubes, right? And then here, the same silver nanoparticle is available in different triangular shape, cubic shape. You can see it. And then you can see the gold nanoparticle in dumbbell shape. See the dumbbell structure. So that is the dumbbell structure. So it can be raw, it can be dumbbell shape. So that is regarding the gold nanoparticle. And see this, these are the cadmium cell and nanocrystals. You can see the different structures here. So those are tetrapods, just like your fan, the ceiling fan, right? Weaving. So those are the cadmium cell and tetrapods. You can have zinc oxide tetrapods also. So these are the different rods. Same cadmium cell is available in tetrapods, nanorods. It depends upon whatever methodology you are going to adopt, what are the experimental conditions you are going to make to grow these materials, right? When you are adopting soil hydrothermal, combustion, post-purification. So whatever method you are going to adopt, right? So you can decide the size, structure, the shape of the material which are. So what is going to happen when reduce the size from bulk to nano. Right. For example, you take a gold. What's the color of gold? Don't say gold. Yellow. Bulk it is yellow. When you reduce from bulk to nano, the color will change. Right. So what I mean is
The color changes to
color will try to change. Right. So that is regarding the size dependent properties. Right. So we are going to see, we are going to measure, for example, take mechanical properties. Usually what are the mechanical properties? You are going to measure with respect to bulk material, the mechanical strength, hardness, compression strength, textural strength, right? So many properties you are going to measure, right? You measure mechanical properties at bulk. You note down the values. When you reduce the size from bulk to nano, if you are going to get the same values, you are going to change. So there are so many theories. People are going to, there is a theory known as Hall pitch. So which will try to explain to you what is the critical size above which the properties like the hardness is going to change, the mechanical strength is going to change, compressive strength is going to change, right? So that is regarding the size dependent property. So your size will try to influence the properties. Not only the structural properties, you can see many changes. For example, you take chemical properties. So the reactivity will try to change. The catalysis, rate of reaction also going to change when you compare bulk. You measure the chemical property for bulk material. You measure the chemical properties like the reactivity when you reduce the size from bulk to nano. So there will be that change. Even thermal properties. The melting point is also going to change. Right? When you measure the melting property like at bulk, and you measure when you reduce size from bulk to micro to nano, the melting property also is going to change. Similarly, mechanical properties, I mentioned about the hardness, the mechanical strength, the compressive strength, right? All those properties. So similarly, you have optical properties, right? So new properties, new application, right? So this is why the nanomaterials are very interesting, because all these are size dependent properties, size dependent material, which leads for the new application. So these are the some of the properties, right, which will get influence when you reduce the material from bulk to nano. For example, you take the thermal, right? Increase of melting point, there will be softening of the core structure, and similarly, you see the electronic property, right? See, increasing the band. So this is very important. When you're talking about the optical properties, when you're talking about the electronic properties. Similarly, the mechanical properties, right? I mentioned enhancement of hardness, enhancement of the mechanical strength, right? Raising of wear resistance, right? Similarly, the raising of the supercapacitor. Like this, we can see the electrical properties also. There will be increase in the conductivity of the nanomaterial, right? So when you reduce from bulk to nano, right, conductivity also will change. So like this, all these, the properties will be very much influenced by the reduction in the size. So when you reduce from bulk to nano, so these are the properties they are going to change. So need not be specific, they will change very as per the material size. It is general, I'm not giving specific, right? So it may vary with respect to material. Right. Similarly, the magnetic properties also, they are going to change. Like the field temperature is going to change. Then the paramagnetism, and then the J magnetism also going to change. Right. So the magnetic parameter is also going to change. And similarly, the chemical properties as well as the object particle properties are also going to change with respect to reduction. So there are two things which you need to remember when you are talking about the nanomaterial and size dependent nanomaterial. So one is, there are two principal factors, right? In general, right, we need to remember when you are talking about the nanomaterial. So the first one is large surface area. How much the material is going to expose, right, to your radiation, your magnetic field, or what it may be, right? So that is nothing but the large surface, means surface to volume ratio, right? Surface to volume ratio is very important. So that is nothing but the large surface. So if you see first cube, right? So what is size? 1 centimeter to 1 centimeter. So what is the total surface area? 6 square. So 6 centimeters. Now you reduce at 1 centimeter to 1 centimeter to 1 millimeter. Into 1 millimeter. So what is going to happen to your surface area? 60 centimeters. Now I am reducing the size from 1 millimeter to 1 nanometer. So what will be the surface area now? 6 into what? 6 into 10 power 7 square centimeter. Right. So what is happening? When you reduce the size of the particle, what happens is surface area. Right. So if see this, here if we are talking about the chemical reactivity, let's see here 5% for 30 nanometer. Increases from 5% to 20% for 10 nanometer. And it increases from 20 to 50, it is from 10 nanometer. So what is happening? It is increasing from 5% to 50% when you reduce size. Right. So this is high chemical bond. This is known as a large surface to volume ratio. Calculate here. This slide. What is happening to surface to volume ratio? It is also going to change, right? So that will try to enhance your chemical bond. Not only this, other properties what I mentioned they are going to change. So this is the primary factor which you need to this will try to cause a significant change when you reduce the size from 1 to 10. See here 1 centimeter to 1 centimeter to I reduce to 1 nanometer per nanometer. Right. So because of that, what happens? The chemical reactivity is increased to large. This is the large surface. So this increasing surface to volume ratio. The other one which you people might come across by using the Schrodinger time independent equation, right? Rho squared psi by rho square, then rho squared psi rho square, rho square 7 square plus 2m x plus 20 minus 3 into psi is equal to. There is some equation, right? So time dependent and time independent, right? So you might have heard about 1 dimensional, 2 dimensional, 3 dimensional. So here, from that particular thing, we understand that energy is not continuous. Energy is discrete. E is equal to m square, h square by 8 and a square. For different values of them, we get different energies. So energy is quantized, right? And then you will get the probability of finding the particle psi square into dx or dx dy, dx dy, dz, right? So we'll try to get the expression for probability of finding particle in each energy. So this is regarding small size. Right, if you reduce the what is the effect we are going to observe, you can understand by using this quantum confinement. So here we are going to, this is one dimensional. So here, we are going to confine by means of using the electron confinement, right? So if thickness of is comparable with electron wavelength, it is 2 dimensional. If thickness is comparison with diameter is comparable with electron wavelength, if the particle diameter is comparable with electron wavelength, so we can able to do the confinement by means of comparing with the wavelength of the electron. So we can able to classify them into quantum and then quantum numbers. So this is regarding the quantum system in terms of right. So basically here this quantum confinement results into quantization of energies, right? So from the quantum theory or from this particular time dependent equation, so we'll get the equation En is equal to n square h square h square by 8 and 8 4. So which means that energy is discrete, right? So from the energy quantization, we'll get energy levels are this thing. That is first thing. Second thing is that we can understand the phenomena of opening of band, or I can say widening of energy band. Right. So that's why your color of gold is going to change. Right. When you reduce from bulb to band. You know that it is yellow in color, bulb, but when you reduce these energy levels, it will change energy band of distance. So it won't be yellow, it will be some other thing. What is the and one more important thing, the size effect, what I mentioned about the confinement, right? So we can express in terms of energy quantization, charge quantization, or balancing, or I mentioned about the exciton radius. So these are bounded electron flow. If the particle size is comparable with exciton, it is said to be quantum. So there are different ways of explaining this cycle. So there are two primary factors which you need to remember when you're talking about nanometer. One is the surface, now surface of it. Other one is the masses. So these are the two primary factors which makes us to distinguish from bulk to nano. Not only this, so many factors are so many things. Also one type of explanation of the energy, right, the wave number, right, and this is a comparison between the bulk solid with the nanomaterial, right. So I mentioned about the energy equation, right, E is equal to total energy is equal to right. And similarly, we can able to extend in terms of the uncertainty law. Right. So this is a comparison between the bulk material and the nano. Right. So if you take the bulk material, so what happened to the delta X uncertainty is right. What about the momentum? Yes. So K is continuous, E is continuous. Whereas if you take nanomaterial, delta X is very, very small. Right. Momentum is also fine. So what is the value of which is this thing? So we can explain in terms of this. And if you take energy, right, the daily value will be the denominator is infinite. Okay, will be continuous. And for nano, the daily will be finite. Right. So this is regarding the density of states, right? So how the density of states is going to change when you reduce the size from bulk to nanometer, right? So E versus density, right? So what is happening when you reduce size? The energy levels are this thing. So bulk, yes, and you can see when you reduce size from bulk to micron, bulk to millimeter, micron, and tan, what is happening? Energy levels are becoming less. So spacing between energy levels increases. And length of the box also. Quantitatively, right. Right. See here. So this is the size dependent optical color. So what the color is a gold color. Collidable for nanoparticle. So this is that is regarding the metallic. This is regarding the what is happening here? The band gap is widening. Right. So if you take a semiconductor, we'll have the valency band and then conduction. Right. So when you reduce the size from bulk to nano, so what is happening? What is happening? Band gap is widening. Right. And what is the happen to the color? This blue sheet towards blue. Right. It is opening. It is changing from 1.9 electron volts to 3.1, 3.3 electron volts. So this is a tunability of optical properties like this changing or I can say reducing the size compartment. And you can see the image here. So these, I mean, this image what I shown on the left side, they are, I mean, quantum dots which are dispersed liquid and then reading some sort of light source, right? And see here, you can see violet, green, yellow, and red. So the size is different. So this is cadmium selenide with zinc sulfide. So size is reducing from 5.5 nanometers to 2.2 nanometers. So what is happening? Energy gap is widening. So energy band gap is why you know what E is equal to hc by lambda. So lambda is equal to hc by Eg. So Eg if you vary from 1.9 volts to 3.1 or 3.3, what is going to happen? It moves from 630 nanometers to 440 nanometers. Means it moves from the red to 2 sheet. Right. So size, same material. So core is cadmium selenide. The shell is a zinc sulfide. So what is happening? Similarly, you can see it's having telluride, then pass with 6. There are different combinations, right? So the sizes are of the order of. So these are size dependent optical components. Size dependent. And this is regarding the silicon nanoparticles, like plasma decomposition, silicon bromide or silicon bromide. So you can see different colors. Blue, right, bluish, green, right. So different colors are there. So these different colors. So these are the nanoparticles dispersed in ethanol, and they are irradiated with UV light. And they are regarding the TM image. And these silicon nanoparticles, they are, and they can use some bioimaging now. So they are the live cells, right, which are labeled with silicon nanoparticles, the green shaded areas. Are silicon nanoparticles. So these silicon nanoparticles, they can use for bioimaging also. So similarly, you know about the effects usually you are going to see in our material, right? Like point effects, right? Line effects, surface effects, volume effects, then lip center, key centers, color centers, right? So there are some defects which are, intentional defects, some are unintentional, right? Some during the fabrication time, if you won't maintain the proper temperature, proper expected condition, there will be some sort of, defects you are going to observe. There may be voids, there may be interstitials, there may be some material which are going to sit in the gap, right? So there are point defects, right? The point defects may be interstitial impurities, maybe substitutional impurities, maybe vacancies, or maybe self-interstitial, right? This is regarding the defects which comes under the category of point, right? Point defects, and we are going to come across this during the missing of your external condition. Similarly, missing of line of atoms, right? You can find which comes under the category of line defects, maybe edge dislocation or skew, right? Those also comes under the category of defects. Similarly, the surface defects, right? You can have filter boundaries, stain boundaries, right? So many types of defects comes under the category of the two-dimensional defects, right? And then similarly having the stacking fault. We know about BCC, FCC, right? So we know how the atoms they are going to stack. ABC, ABC, BC, BC, BC. If any one of them is missing, it comes under the category of stacking faults, right? That is also comes under the category of the defects. Similarly, the volume defects, right? So these are the crystal imperfections which would like to influence your mechanical. There are so many mechanical properties we are going to study in bulk, like elasticity, reflexivity, right? But as far as the measurements are concerned, right, since you are working in the field of the biomaterial, right, we are, working on hard tissue, soft tissue applications, right? So, like, the bone application, we require to measure the mechanical property because bone, the strength is very much essential. The hardness of the bone is very much essential. So we need to measure the mechanical properties like the toughness, the hardness, the brittleness, the ductile. So other the mechanical properties. So these are some of the mechanical properties which are very much essential when you're talking about the material, right? But I'm not talking about the mechanical properties related to bulk. I'm talking about what are the properties which are going to influence when you reduce the size from bulk to nano, right? So this is this particular diagram. So you can see either you can start from right, you can start left to right. So when you reduce the size from micrometer to nanometer, what is happening? Yield strength is going to increase. But after a value of 10 nanometer, what is going to happen? There is a decrease to yield stress. Right. So the value where the yield stress is maximum is what I think critical stress. Right. So it varies with respect to material to material. Right. So this material, so this typically explained by Alport, and there is a relation. Yield stress is equal to empirical yield stress plus Ky would be the grade diameter. So there are Alport effect and Alport effect, which critically explain why this thing is going on. So there are two things which you need to remember. One is the dislocation moment. Other one is the grain moment. So if we go back to the crystal perfection, reason behind explaining the crystal perfection, we need to understand. So there are grains of different orientation. If you see the top figure, right, whether the direction of grain is same or change. One is like this, other one is like this. You see the figure? First one. So it is straight. Whatever is there is almost called 60 degrees rotate, and that is about 45 degrees. Right. So what is happening? There is a boundary between two grains. Right. So the boundaries are going to separate to two grains. When you apply, right, when you are talking about the yield stress, see, when you reduce size from bulk in micrometer to 10 nanometer, what is happening? Yield stress is increasing. So that is because of dislocation. So we are reducing from bulk to nano. Reducing from bulk millimeter to centimeter, right? Sorry, centimeter to millimeter, then micrometer to nano. So there will be dislocation movement, right? Maybe it may be spine defect, line defect, surface defect, whatever. Dislocation movement will be all first. Next, after the critical size, what happened? There will be slip in the grain. Because of that, what happened? 1 centimeter. Right. So because of these two things, we are going to observe, right, increase in the yield stress up to critical point and decrease in the yield stress. So each material is having its own value of critical stress. So where you are even if you do this also, it is hardness versus size. So if you reduce the size from microcrystalline, right, what is happening? Your hardness will increase. So that is because of intragranular process, dislocation, inflation. And after value, what happens? It decreases. It is intergranular process. So sliding is going to happen because of that. So, for example, you take copper. Right. So, critical size of copper is 25 nanometer. To measure with, to compare with the bulk cup, the hardness and strength will be 5 times more than that of the getting a point of it. So strength of the copper on hardness of the copper will be 5 times more than that of the bulk copper. So bulk copper is, for example, this 100 micron. So it is having some extent. But when you reduce from 125 meters to 5 times more than the bulk copper. Right. So there are so many theories which try to explain why these phenomena is why it is at crystal size. So you can understand the meaning of bulk steel. Right. The first one is bulk. You see, if you are trying to see from right to left, 10 power 4 nanometer is the bulk. Right. 10 power 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 10. So right to left, bulk to nano. So first will be dislocation, right, which is explained by primary principle. Then dislocation like 10 degrees, partial dislocation like 10 degrees, and then great degrees. So these are the steps which are involved, right, in increasing and then decreasing mechanical properties which are explained. So simply you can able to explain this. And I think you know about this domain TV, right? So you see this magnetized and magnetized about upright. What happened? The domain will try to align along the field direction, and the magnetization, density of magnetization also will try to increase, right? So this is regarding the bulk. Simply you can able to understand what is going to happen, the magnetic properties. Related to size from bulk to man. So these are also we can understand which will happen to the polycity, resistivity, what happened to the hardness. This is regarding the size dependent multi-domain to single domain. We are going to use from bulk to man, right? So what is going to happen? You have polycity. And it will then increase serial. As the particle is reducing, this is become from multi-domain to single domain. So your polycity is going to increase. The critical value and then it will increase. So each metal has. So for example, you take iron. 14 nanometer is the critical size. Cobalt is 70 nanometers. For iron oxide is 120. Similarly, this is aluminum in gate management system. So there will be when the dramatic drop in the resistance, the presence of magnet. One is the magnetic property, other one is the electric. Right. So when you apply the when you place this metal in a magnetic field, there will be a sudden drop of resistance. So this is known as the jade banding resistance, right? So this is also the size dependent property. So here we are going to use a conductive layer like iron, right? We are going to use a cobalt copper or iron chromium combination, right? So the middle layer is the conductive non-magnetic layer. The upper one two are the ferromagnetics. So this is the combination we are going to use to make this chain magnetics. We are going to use in storage application, data storage application. We can able to use. We can use as a magnetic sensor. We can use them in beds. So this is also the science problem. So there are, I mean, a lot of applications because of this size reduction. It is not restricted to only one particular area. I cannot say it's related to physics, related to chemistry, related to material science. It is spread to all, I mean, areas of science and engineering. It is a multidisciplinary area where a lot of work is going on. We have, so you can see the cosmetics, textiles, fish engineering, right? Even the sunscreen and the lotions what we are going to apply, they'll have the nanomaterial, right? Which protect you from the UV radiation, right? So cosmetics are going to be success, you can use fish engineering, you are going to use sterility, you are going to use biomedicine, you are going to use, sensing application. Even people are using for water and air pollution treatment, right? So when you get waste water from the industry, right, consisting of a lot of organic product, right, we can able to eliminate them by means of using this nanomaterial. So we can able to use for medical diagnosis, right? Like we know about X-ray, we know about CT scan, we know about MRI, right? So similarly, we are able to use in diagnosis by means of bioimaging, we can able to identify the disease part, right? Disease parts of the human body, right? I showed some bioimaging, right? Image, right? Where the silicon nanoparticles they are made into the human body, right? And they are detected the disease, area, right? So to use it by medical diagnosis, and you know the capsule, right? Which is to silence right? So that is also as a tactile device, right? Which will carry medicine in the human body, right? So we can able to use tactile applications also. So that's an example. Similarly, electronic devices, electronic devices like LEDs, semiconductor lasers, right? Organic LEDs. There are so many areas where a lot of research work is going on as far as this nanomaterial system. Even energy storage, energy, people are working on this. We already discussed those things in coming classes. Even our professor Michael also is going to explain about the nanomaterials in the energy storage, nanomaterials in the photocatalysis, right? So you can see that schedule, right? Where you find that's why the title of the program is multifunctional nanomaterials of lighting. So lighting is over today, right? So we have our photocatalysis, green motion, storage. Then also I would like to explain about what we are doing in our lab, what our research scholars are doing in our lab, right? We are working on biometrics, we are working on the energy storage, capacitors, and we are working on the photocatalysis also. We try to add some of them. And so these are all the science dependent properties. New properties lead for new applications, right? You can tune to your own, requirement. What is your requirement based upon your requirement based upon your application? You can tune your size, shape, structure. You get your properties, which is essential for your application. What is your requirement? First, you need to decide whether you want to work for energy storage, you want to work for wastewater treatment, you want to work for defense application, you want to work for optoelectronic application, you want produce a light emitting device, light emitting diode, or semiconductor laser, which color you want. First you decide what is the application, and based upon your application, you need to acquire the properties. And if you know what are the required properties, then you try to choose the device, right? So this tuning of material based upon what, right? So every area has a prefix with nano. You can see the nano biotechnology, nano devices, optical engineering. There are so many areas where this nano will become a prefix, right? It is maybe physics, chemistry, biology, material science, or any branch of engineering. We have to find this nano prefix. Right. So these are the some of the applications, like the automotive industry, like I think you might have seen ambassador cars. You've seen ambassador car. It's very heavy, right? And now you have seen so many latest cars, right? Like Nexa or so what happened to the body parts? They become lightweight. Even if you see the tire of a passenger car, the tire of a children, right? So a lot of material, changes happen because of the material, the composite. So the size reduced, shape change, aerodynamic shape became, and then weight also. Because of that, the mileage also increased to almost. Right. So you can see the types where people are trying to reinforce and they are trying to make a lightweight material, but they are trying to then paintings, lightweight construction, right? The coatings, right? And then chemical industry they are also using, and even lubricant free paint they also, manufacturing for the automotive industry. Talking about the engineering. Similarly, in the electronic industry, right? We are using laser diodes, we are using displays, which can be organic LEDs, right? Optical displays, optical switches, ultra fast optical switches happening because of nanomaterial. That similarly, the storage capacity also increased to a large extent. So olden days were having CDs, compact discs, right? Floppies of how much? Maximum 600 MB. But now, what is your capacity of pen drive?
PB.
Right, maybe more than that. So even construction industry also can able to use, right? The surface function and building material of flooring, right? What you are using? It's few grams or 80 grams or 85 grams. I'm talking about the shuttle racket. But the shuttle racket, what used to take more school days is heavy. It's made up of wood, of course. Now it is reinforced material using, like composite we are using, and it is more stronger, right, compared to what we do. And it is lightweight. The previous, maybe even the tennis racket also it is heavy. But now it is changed, right? So reinforced tennis rackets, right? So many, even cosmetics also people are using, right? The sun protection, right? They make protect your skin from the UV radiation, lipsticks, right? Skin creams, one, two things also they are doing. So many applications are there. This is regarding nano technology in memory and then storage. So this is a comparison, right? Of course, the storage capacity those days, what was the storage capacity now, what was the cost those days, what are the cost now, right? Because of the developments in the material, new properties, application. Right? If you see, you just search the computer, right? It's bigger than this way. It's also more self, but now, even cell phone is it is absolutely because of division between of sense technology, right? So, it will change 80,000 dollars. Now, 2010, now 2025. We are less than that. Terabyte. In that, will update 1000 GB. Now it is because of the flexible electronics. So flexible storage is also that kind of thing. Right? You know about the OLED projector sheet. So you can flex, flexibly to able to change shape, fold it. So the next generation, next era will be flexible electronics, flexible storage devices. So this is the surface coatings. You won't find any dust on your vehicle. Textiles are using. Depends ability of the business also. Help enough for environmental correct present environmental future environmental help talking about use of nanotechnologies to prevent future environmental help sustain the environment. So implications of interaction of nanomaterial with environment. How does it affect the tools by the use of? So we should not compromise. the environment. We need to work the latest technology, but not at the cost of damaging the earth, right? Damaging the environment, right? So whatever you are doing for your business, you should keep up with the environment. So that's all today. That's it's brief seems. Okay. So any questions can ask now. We can have discussion, right? We stay for 4 more days here, right? So be regular, be punctual, right? So tomorrow the session will start by 9:30. So Professor Piasky will come to give 3 lectures in the morning, and we'll have a tutorial in the afternoon also, where you can have more discussion about the topics which are discussed today, right? So sharp by 9:30 you have to do it. So we'll try to take the attendance, right? Attendance is important, right? If you want certificates, and then you have the exams also. We'll try to share the material, right? The exams will be on the last day, the Friday afternoon lab exam. So that's all today. Have a nice day, and the lunch will be there, breakfast will be there. So it will be improved tomorrow morning, right? And dinner also will be good. If you have any queries, you can call me or contact Sushil, Mrs. Kalam, right? Or Gangadhar, right? So lunch, breakfast, dinner will be there. And girls, you are saying, what you are saying? Huh? Well, it will be near. Yes. Right. So you can take care of this electric vehicle. Okay. Thank you.
They are not. Okay, I know I might.